All right, and we are back. And what were we going to do? We were originally what I was going to do is do some exploration, but I actually did that off stream just to find what I was looking for. So don't need to do that now, but I found it. So we're going to do some work here on some railroads. Monorail lines, and some hypertube stuff, I think. Because I'm getting tired of waiting for trains for what I've been doing, so I think I'm gonna set up some more hypertubes again. So let me go ahead and, oops, not that. Well, those two are the same thing, so get a couple. Actually, as long as I get my iron, whatchamacallits, the, as long as I get the iron plates, that'll cover all those. I got stuff for power, so I can float as I do this. All right, so let me take that off there. Foundation, not gonna need that many. Let's see, take this down to 1400, should be more than enough for what I need. Oh, that should be way more than in fact, I'm not gonna need that many foundations. Let's take the foundations down to, I don't know, because the foundations are just temporary as I run stuff. So I can drop off some concrete as well. Alright, so let's go get some steel pipes. These steel pipes, some copper, iron plates, rotors. We'll grab the iron plates from the storage downstairs. I need rotors. I'm gonna have to. Oh, that's not a rotor. Stator. Rotors would be the ones that begin with R. I'm gonna have to bring some stators over from the other side. I don't need this one. Damn it, what am I doing? We'll put that back. I need this one. There we go. Copper sheets, encased beams, and I said we'll get the iron plates from downstairs. Okay. So, on the last stream, before we had some power issues, excuse me, we got our new rail line done, or our parallel lines done, versus the what we previously had, which were the bidirectionals. Alright, so I'm gonna do, I think, a hypertube that follows the outside edge here of the hypertube that follows the outside edge And it's going to start inside the train station. I think. Just because, well, that's where it's going to start. So we're going to have it start right here on this wall. And actually, we'll have it start right here. This way it's a parallel run to the whatchamacallit. So hypertube wall hole. We'll do that level. And then hypertube entrance. Make sure it's facing the right way. Alright, cool. And let's go to hypertube building mode. I don't think, yeah, it's not going to automatically give me a wall connection. Unlike, actually nothing, I don't think anything actually gives you an automatic wall connection, except for power. So we're going to have this like run parallel to the train. And we're gonna have this go, we'll have it break off or drop off at the first building here that we're coming up to. And then we'll have to start a second entrance there. So instead of having one continuous run, now I was almost tempted to do it inside the what you call it, in between the tracks, but no, we're not going to do that. We'll do it on the outside edge, which means I'm going to need some more foundation here, and then we'll be going through clearing up the foundation stuff after. And I just got a funny feeling that this isn't going to give me a natural curve like that, I'm guessing. I have a feeling that's going to come straight across. Actually, it's a little bit more of a bend than I expected. What are you running on? You're running on outside edge there. I'm just looking at the, so how far off the, looks like I'm one off the sign. Okay. So one off the sign, so the sign's there. Then we're going to be running at that point there. Yeah, we'll do noodle so it's a more gradual turn. Alright, then I'm going to get some more foundation put out. Yeah, in hindsight, well, the thing is, I have a personal train that I use to get between here in the desert, so really didn't need a hypertube for that. But you know, especially since I've completely cleared off all the foundation material for that run. Alright, so this guy here will drop off closer to the end over there by the stairs. In fact, it's going to turn and face the stairs. Or, yeah, it's going to turn and face that building. But that's the wrong line, actually. It needs to be on center line. I can't see. This is unlike a conveyor belt. This has a larger curve radius. I think that. Yep, right there. So that'll shoot me into the side of a building. And then, as I can either float over there, or you know, if we do it the proper way, we come in here, we cross the railroad tracks. You know, make sure you look both ways before crossing the railroad tracks. And I should have enough room here technically to run down that way. Yeah, that's the proper way of doing it. What do I have in these things? I get rid of these. Got some wire. Ooh, not getting rid of that one anytime soon. Because I had all this stuff here for the what do you call it? Building the turbo motor or turbo fuel generator farm. So I can go ahead and move that stuff now. All right, so then go ahead and get some more foundation put out. Do another hypertube all the way down here to our refinery. So we'll go ahead and just we'll get all the base foundation set up. Now here, because there's a crossing, we're going to actually go, we're going to have the hypertube go underneath, just briefly. So we'll have it drop down at this point, and then we'll have it continue on. And then somewhere around here, I can go ahead and get rid of that stuff there. Around this point here, it can pop back up. Actually, let's go one more foundation, and then it can pop back up. Now this one here, because of that, We're going to be a little bit closer. A little bit more closer to the signal poles, as opposed to the alignment we had on the other side. And what we'll do is this will actually take us into the refinery over there, and then put together another hypertube that takes us over to the nuclear power plant. Because still need to button that one up. All right, so go ahead and get this tube here ran. Oh, I also got to put an entrance on the other over here. Make sure to power up the entrance too. It's a very important thing. But this new the split line is working much better than the slip tracks. The slip tracks were good there for a while, but it all depends on how much product you're trying to transport and how quickly it needs to be there. Because unfortunately, there are limitations on a slip track set. Especially when you start running multiple trains on it, I should, there's power there. Let me go ahead and I'll put a power pole right here in between this. And then we're going to put our entrance. Do an entrance there. And then also give me a power pole here, right in the middle facing that building there, or not building, but that's where conveyor belts are coming down from. And go ahead and give me an initial hypertube here, and we're gonna come. Oh God, it's alive. We're gonna come. Cause I gotta look at. I think that line there should be okay. So this line here is where I want to run. Actually, before we go too far, I'm gonna go ahead and get the entrance set up on this. And let's go get power to these. No, not on top. What the hell do you think you're going? Alright. All right, so now we'll run this one down on this line here. This should be good enough with respects to clearing the second set of signals. Find out here shortly. I'm gonna need more copper. So, I didn't realize how much copper this ate up. But you know what? I know where there's a whole ton of copper. I'm pretty sure I grabbed a whole bunch of copper. So, huh? It just seems like that I know I'm using up the iron plates and the steel and the concrete, but those hypertubes, yeah, it just sucked that up. Well, then again, it's looking at a single segment, like just like, you know, it doesn't take into consideration distance. So we're gonna have to go back and get some more pipes as well. Because when I do hypertube length, regardless of how long it is, it counts it as one hypertube apparently, even though it may use the material up for a lot. That's why it it's way under on how much material I need for this. That's okay, we can go get some more here shortly after I get this, and then I can take the hypertube and do it that way. Alright, so this guy is gonna go here. Now, I'm gonna take him about halfway. So halfway between here and there. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4. About on this guy here, halfway. One, two. No, I gotta move it forward more. So halfway is not really the proper answer for this one. So basically we want to bring this over further, but making sure it doesn't clip on that. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, that should work. Okay, and then that misses both signals, so that's what I want. And then I gotta figure out where I want my hypertube going to go or how I want it run up to the next, or where I want it to start at, I should say. I plan on having it start in one of the train stations, namely because I'm going to be redoing my refinery area, so I don't want it necessarily out in the open for that. Alright, so now we go ahead and get some more foundation put down here. And I think we'll have it come up right next to the the water train, which is that launch tube there. And then we'll go ahead and get the hole in the wall. So, and actually we may actually have it, instead of coming in here, because that's an odd spot for it to come out. Where do I gotta think of where do I want my next hypertube to leave from. So we got a nice open area here. Nice open area here as well. Now my exit is right there. That goes outside. Where do I want my hypertube to end? Because maybe what I'll do is have it drop down underneath that one and maybe come up over here and go towards I'm not gonna have, so I could have it come in this path here and then turn here and shoot me that way. And you know, closer to the door, and then the hypertube that continues on can shoot out this way and go out here. Let me see, is there anything behind here? Big spire. But I could have the hypertube like curve over and then go out. Right, so that's what we'll do. We'll have the hypertube come this way, and it'll like, it doesn't need a curve to go towards the thing. It can end like right, and we'll use this steam. It'll shoot me into the wall. We'll end it right here. Oh, autosave. Because there's nothing going to be, no, what do you call it? The freight stations aren't going to come over to this point. Okay, so that'll be our, so with that, we'll go ahead and get the wall hole put in. Perfect. So that'll be that'll be the end, and then that guy there can tie into put our power there, and then I need to upgrade that. I can't upgrade that because I don't have what you call it. I don't have a, what's what I'm looking for. You know what? This guy here doesn't need to be connected. So we'll take power from you, at least for now. Yeah, because I didn't bring any quick wire with me in order to set up what you call it. All right, so that there, we'll need a foundation here. I'm too far away from a wall. And we'll go ahead and just put down 2 sets of foundation. We'll throw all the foundation over here, and then we'll figure out the dip. The drop down will happen over here, we'll say. And then back this up a little bit and go ahead and give us a drop here. All right. All right, that should work. Yeah, we should have enough hypertube material to get this far. See this here. Okay, there we go. I just gotta find a good place. When do you start becoming straight again? Right here on that line? Yeah, so right here. So we'll run it on the seam here. And actually, oh, keep on going forward. Oh, too high. Now I want it to come out. Actually, we'll have it about here, and then it'll start making his turn up. So that we'll get rid of this foundation here. All right, that should be good. All right, now see if we got we're gonna have just enough, it seems. All right, so there's the hypertube that way, which now we're gonna use so we can go get some more. We're gonna drop off some concrete because we got way too much. This part here scares me. It doesn't really show a quote-unquote hole if you're actually looking at it. So it's like I'm afraid I'm going to fly into a damn what do you call it? Fly into the wall and get crushed. Well, what's funny is, using these hypertubes, you can fly dead into a wall vertically, or is it, no, horizontally. Yeah, horizontally, and you're fine. But if you have any, what do you call it, incline or decline, it will, you know, you'll take damage. So this will shoot me into the wall, maybe. Yep. Let me see, am I faster than a speeding train? Nope. Well, not on a basic hypertube. Now, if I did a hypertube cannon on this, then potentially, yeah, I could accelerate up to train speed. Now, see, there's something else I haven't really messed with. I don't know how far it can send you. Those are the jump pads. I think the jump pads are really only probably good for just like a short duration trip, if you will. All right, so that's good. And just a quick check here because I haven't looked at these for a while. So these are doing 576 a minute. So that puts that up to what, 1150 roughly is what we're transporting. Now, granted, right now. I only have one thing using it. I've got all my production offline that uses it. So we restocked our supply, and now we're back to burning a crap ton of it. All right. Let me see here. I'm gonna go get a whole bunch of. I think I can get rid of some concrete. And some of the iron stuff, because I'm gonna wanna. The next part, we're gonna basically kind of build a parallel train run and hypertube, kind of sort of at the same time. Excuse me. So I think I can drop off some foundation material. But I'm not going to need a hypertube that long of a hypertube, because actually I've got hypertubes from the first station we're going to connect to. So let me see here. What is on the actual to-do list? I'm gonna I don't need 16 entrances. I'll grab enough stuff here. Actually, I'm not gonna need power lines either. So I don't know what I was thinking on that. I won't need as many power lines. Maybe a couple, but I don't need 1,000. Because we're doing this right next to a train track, so we've got floating power. So at most, maybe, you know, 10, one stack of power lines should do, and at most, maybe that. And we could go ahead and do this as well if we want, just to potentially upgrade some stuff. I'm going to drop off all but one stack of cable. Um, and the hypertube entrances. Yeah, let me drop that down because I'm only gonna need one more. So let me go ahead and change that. Which I think that shouldn't change too much of what I want to get rid of. Because I still need the encased beams for that. I still need the rotors. I could technically, you know, screw it. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna. So I got the hypertube entrance at the other side already set up. So we'll go ahead and drop that off, and then the encased beams. We'll go ahead and just take what we need for that. I mean, it's not gonna help with my storage or with respect to what I'm carrying, but not gonna need all this wire. Why I grabbed all this wire, I don't know. We'll keep one spool of wire. We'll grab one spool of quick wire. Iron rods, because we don't need iron rods for the train. But, well, we'll do the signals later. Actually, I can plan for the signals now. Gonna need a bunch of pipe and what you call it. Let me see here. Are iron rods used for these? No. We'll need probably. We'll plan for. We're definitely. You know, we'll plan for 20 of those. Plan for like 200 of these, if not more. All right, so I can go ahead and get rid of. Keep one stack of iron rods. And we'll go ahead and pick up these items as well. And actually, you know, I think we're actually gonna change something else also. We're gonna change this foundation to. We'll go with 1,000. So that'll help us reduce some of this stuff a little bit more. Because I'm gonna need train track making material. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just keep those there. And iron plates, go ahead and dump off that. All right, so let's go get the computers, copper, circuit boards. Let's see, computer. So one stack of those. Circuit boards, I think I need to restock this, yeah. But this will do for now. Okay, so copper sheets. Go ahead and grab another good amount of these. Because we actually went through more of these than I expected. So I'm going to take 2,000. Because it underestimated the amount needed. Quick wire, one spool of that, and then the rest is going to be a whole bunch of these, because I'm going to need these. Actually, hold on. What are train tracks? Let me just verify what train tracks are. Yeah, okay. We're going to grab a whole bunch of these. And then the rest is going to be steel beams. All right. And then we'll be doing the mass foundation cleanup. I don't know, sometime down the road, but not in the immediate future. Did I put is this an entrance? Okay, it is an entrance. Okay, good. I just didn't put a whatchamacallit there. And for whatever reason, that disappeared from number 1. Let's see here. Which one do I want to tap into? Well, because that's actually clipping through the wall. Yeah, so I don't like that. I don't like that. We'll have this guy here. Oops. We'll have this guy here. Come down to about here. Oh, come down to about here. And then do it that way. This is interesting. This is a more smoother ride going this direction than it was coming the other direction. I'm not sure why. That is weird. Because coming the other direction, you'd hit those tube supports and you'd get a little bit of a hiccup there. And it kind of like, I don't know, it just seemed, I don't know, just something was off with that. Nope, it's a neck and neck race. Aha! Oh. No splat. All right, so I'm looking to do the hypertube starting here because I don't want to block the door. And I don't, well, I gotta also take in consideration what I may or may not do over here. So we'll work the train aspect first, I think. Because this train line here is actually a different, goes a different direction. Now this train line here is actually going to be kind of getting changed, actually. in the near future, in that the silica train, because once I get back and work on start working on the silica train again, the silica train is actually going to be housed up here, not going that way, just because of its length, but it's actually going to be launching this way. And then tying in, what I may do is I may raise that track up and then it'll drop on the curve. So this train here is just going to be pretty much our cat train at some point, because I'm going to need room for the silica. I'm going to need room for at least 4 stations, presumably, because what's going to happen is this entire refinery area here is going to be changing, and what I'm probably going to end up doing is the bauxite run that's coming off the tiered conveyor belts there. That system there is going to go away most likely, and I'm going to set it up so it's I'll have a silica train and a bauxite train. And man, so how am I gonna do that? So that cat train there, I still want to get so actually that cat train may stay the same. We may just run a fresh train track from here, and then I got that coal train there. There goes a snake. There's a snake train under the water. Wait for it. Here it comes. That train still cracks me up. That is our Turbo Fuel Express. So we're gonna end up having dual train stations up here, so it's gonna almost mirror that down there. And the train will have parallel tracks, so they'll have an incoming and outgoing track, but it will the bauxite is going to split up because the bauxite is at a higher elevation than where our silica station is. The silica will actually I'll actually probably drop that down and tie into that line actually over there, and then the bauxite, he said, it will split off and go up. So we are going to want to get a dual line run for that. Unlike how I've got it, or unlike how I did it before, where I did the split track, or slip track, excuse me, on the left-hand side when traveling from the main station here up to the other stations. The parallel track is actually going to be on the right-hand side, and that's namely because of the first building up there. So alright, so let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and get an initial foundation, and I don't know how far I can go before I run out of juice. So that's about as far as I can go. Going down, we're going down, we're going down. Alright, well, at least now I know how far I need to run. So that made it easy. So this here is essentially going to be the launch tunnel for the new silica and bauxite train. Now, the challenge on this, and actually that's not much of a challenge. Well, the challenge is I don't have a lot of, I have 0 space on me. But what I can do is I can drop some stuff off, remove that, and just place it over here just temporarily, so that I can get power on the train line. So I can use that to help build as I'm going around. I think we'll do that. I'll drop some stuff off here in a minute. I'm gonna grab me something to drink, so I'll be back in just a few moments. All right, so let me go ahead and drop off some material here for real quick. So actually, let me see. What do I need to drop off for this? Let's drop off 4 stacks of concrete. Oops. Just for a moment. All right. And I'm gonna put this right here, just so I can, like I said, tie it into power. Hold on. How do I not have enough? Oh. You get back on that. All right. Now we're gonna just do a cheesy power connection here. Yeah, I mean super cheesy. Like, I mean, like, it couldn't be any more cheesy than this. It's going to clip through everything. Right, so that way, because our train wheel, you know, our normal train setup is we come up to the wall here, type deal, and then we'd have double doors there. And so go ahead and get another one set up, just that this is going to be for the new bauxite silica run. All right. Now these guys will come out of the station. Oops, and then we're gonna go out. Pretty much I want them to almost get parallel to that guy there. And then also, let me do this, because this is going to be our door. So I'm just going to put a 1 meter wall there. And then 1 meter wall here, just so I know that's where our door will be. And actually, let me go to my different build menu for trains. Which one is it? I had a different one. Yeah, that one there. All right, so now this guy here, and we're actually going to back this track up. This, not quite, I think it's even with this, but I don't, or even, no, it's not. So we'll have this guy, we'll run parallel along this path here. So what we'll do is we'll back this one up. Actually, I'm just looking here to, I mean, it almost looks like it's in line with that, but I don't think it is. No, it's in line with that though. This little section here It's not because of that, of how I did that crossover. Okay, but it's in line with the ramp. All right, so I'm gonna have this guy. If they're gonna run parallel to one another, and I can go out here because I got floating power from this rail here. Let's build backwards from here. And that's actually a couple foundations high, so, and that's fine. We'll go ahead and do a couple foundations downward. So we'll do that. Will be 6. Yeah, that actually is online with that, so that's good. Alright, now we want to run this train. Let me find out my my distance marker. This is going to be the interesting train here. Because and actually so our parallel track is going to be on this path here. Our the separating track is going to be over a little bit more. So let me go ahead and get some extra foundation set up here. All right, so the parallel track run will be right there. So go ahead and give me a, so this is our parallel track. It's going to have to split off. So we're going to get another 8-meter spacer. So the split will be on this line here. So, and then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this further split into 2 runs, one for so this will come out a little bit because this guy here is going to go down. And so let me go ahead and do something here. So get rid of some of these for a moment. And this is a 1-meter foundation here. So this is gonna be this will be an interesting looking train run, to say the least. All right, so gotta look at where our brake is. So right here's our brake. So let me go ahead and just put a marker down here. Apparently it doesn't like being put on a a slope. You can put it on top of this, but you can't put it on a slope. So we'll go ahead and just put a wall here temporarily, just so I know where the break is. Because I need to. You're hanging one off the edge, okay? So. What we're gonna do here is it's hanging on one off the edge here, and it goes down to here. So we're gonna match it on length there, just so that it will have the same bend, bend of the track, if you will. All right, now we'll split there. This guy here. So actually, this will come all the way up to here, like so. All right, and then our brake is there. So that has the same curve, if you will, for that. And then this guy here will be let's see here. Actually, we may split it earlier. Well, actually, if we do this, because you can't put a junction at the end of, you gotta have two trains connecting. So okay, so that'll be our split. So this part of the track goes away now. All right, this track here will go into the whatchamacallit, into the lower station. Then give it a little bit of distance here. But I'd really like to see a train come up, but I think right here at this mark, this is a good place to do it. And we are on the edge like so. This train track here will go to one station. This train here will go to the other station. So we're running center line? Yeah, running center line. All right. So now, go ahead and get our foundation built from here over to our 1 meter drop. All right. So now with this, I can calculate the curve, where it's going to do its turn at. All right. This guy's gonna come up to there. This guy will come up to here. And then All right, so let me see here. So this guy here is running on, whoops, one off the grate. So we're running center line there. So that's 1, 2, 3. Right on that line there. No, you're not hooking up to that. All right, and then, excuse me. So one off the grate, puts it on that line there, where it's, no. One off the grate, puts its center line one above the grate. All right, so come back from center line. Oh shit! Ooh, that was close. That's 1. That's 2. Come on, give me. I just need a little bit more juice, guys. Come on. Damn it. Give me a. Give me a little bit of flexibility here, guys. So 1's there, 2 is there, 3 is there. All right, that's that curve. Now for you, you're running center on this, and so in center there. So 1, 2, 3. So that there. All right, and then. Since you're technically center line on that, 1, 2, 3, right there. Oh, that, what the hell? All right, so you're running center line on that. So that's 1, that's 2, 3. All right. And then for no reason, that part of the game bugs the shit out of me. When it just decides, oh, we're not gonna, we're gonna take your hover power away for no reason. All right, go ahead and take that away and reconnect that so it's even with this. So that and that will then have the same arch to it. And then this guy here is gonna I can't believe that actually hooked up, but okay. Because this way, it doesn't, it'll be running over top that track, but it's not, it won't be low enough to technically clip that track. Because if we look here, the timing. All right, so now we can go ahead and continue this. So now what we're gonna need is, okay, so we still need a second connector on this. Maybe. Too sharp of a turn? I don't know how it has too sharp of a turn. Oh, because I haven't connected to the wrong side. Thing is though, I want a little bit more room. So this guy here is actually gonna come out a little bit further. He'll come out to this length here, and then so this guy here is actually gonna tie into that one there. No. So we're actually gonna go out a little bit further until everything's flat. And so this is where it essentially becomes flat right here. This guy here, we'll have it come up to about there, and then from there, too far. So this next break is right here. All right, so that's where that break is. But I gotta look at where I want this guy to come on offload. Okay, so that'll be the connection for that, and then let me send this one forward some more. Like I said, I don't want them that close. So what we'll do is we'll bring this one up level with this, and then because what I'm gonna have to do on this is this is going to be an interesting one. So come out here. That's the track that goes back in. So I'm gonna need this is gonna require a little finagling here. So I'm gonna need to try to get something there roughly, and breakpoint right around here. This is the one that's going to be going across both tracks, so its signal is going to be on the right hand side. So it's going to have a path signal on that side. And then this guy here, his path signal will be on the right hand side as well. So this will be a path here. So it'll be a path there and a path there. So I need to move this one just a little bit. What I'm trying to do is have the path signal so it isn't that close to the so it's not that close to the what do you call it, this line here, because I just don't want it physically touching. So that'll go like that, because you gotta remember, once this is done, all said and done, this path here will be the return path. So the train will be coming down this way, it'll cross over these two lines here, and it will reserve the path to its respective branch there, because and then when it leaves, it'll be reserving the path here, and then go ahead and give us autosave. It'll be let me just go ahead and do that, a little bit of a thing there. Then this guy here will then connect that way, and then this will be our path here, reservation. Well, so the train coming from that direction will reserve this entire stretch of path all the way up into this. Or do we want the train going out? Let me see here. Maybe we'll do this for the train going out. This way it's less of a track to reserve going out as opposed to coming in. Yeah, I think that'll be a better option. Because the train coming this way, I'm just trying to look here at, you know, how I'm going to do the path reservation. Because I'm not going to need a brake. Will I need to brake this? what I'm looking at is path reservation and how much, you know, because you're gonna have a path signal here, roughly at this point here. So this guy here is gonna get broken to be at the same length of that, which we'll do that later. That's gonna be the path signal to reserve going out. And we want him to get onto this line as quickly as possible. Now, the thing is, though, this path reservation leaving is going to have to cover this intersection as well. Just so a train, if a train's coming in, won't block the path. Because the train coming in, it's going to have to reserve this path here, along with the path all the way to there. However, you know what? So path reservation for the way out actually doesn't need a. We don't need a. We can do a block here, a block there, leaving, and basically have its path reservation start out here. Like, we could do path reservation there, so it has the momentum to get out. That will then reserve block this off, so a train coming in won't get affected. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with this layout. But we're not going to need the actual path reservation will go to will trigger here, and the path reservation will go here, and then we'll do our double blocks here. All right, so then this guy here, so that there is where our one bauxite mine is. So we can actually keep this one separate instead of merging. He can stay separate and he can start his ascent to go bauxite mining. Actually, I think that, you know, I think that's what we'll do. Because the bauxite is going to basically be a ring. It'll be a bidirectional train, in the sense that it's not going to loop over there, but it'll go up and it'll hit each of the mines there in a ring of sorts. But we'll do the bauxite train in a little bit. I should have the juice to do this real quick. This here was the hypertube for this was the hypertube for the getting up to the cat site. We'll go ahead and I kind of want to run that or at least get that running simultaneously with what we're doing here. Need to check my inventory space, make sure we're not overloading. Oh, yeah, you don't want to get hit by a train. That would not be good. All right, so let's go ahead and continue running this real quick. Oops. Where's our breakpoint on this? Breakpoint is right here. And now this is a different pattern, so I have to remeasure my 8 or a different foundation set. All right, so that looks good. So now, train-wise, we're gonna run a parallel train almost up to the station. So where's our break at here? We got a break there, but that's where we started a curve. So start the curve on that foundation right there. Cool. We'll go ahead and give us another 2 foundations. All right. Now fortunately, there's only a couple trains. There's only 2 trains on this line, so that's not that big of a deal. All right, so this is where the 2 trains will merge, if you will. So let me go ahead and make sure. Let me get my 8 meter down again. And our conversion line is that foundation there. All right. So then bring this up a little bit more. And if we can, that will be our break point. So when the train comes out, and hopefully that doesn't. It'll be interesting to see what the train does. Quite honestly, that's in there. Because I got one train line that doesn't have path signals and one that does. So this could cause a little bit of a hiccup temporarily. Okay, good. All right, so then our hypertube is going to come out. It's going to come out right behind that spire. Alright, so if I run I'm a little concerned, but we'll see. If I have the, because if I have the hypertube hole here, there's a good maybe it may just go right over that. Let's see how this does. This hypertube would be run on the seam. Yeah, so what we'll do, we'll have the hypertube come up higher. And then if we go back far enough, and also, what are we on? Are we on, we're on, this lineup should be on the edge. Okay, so if we come far enough, whoa, God bless. Let me see if this clips this or not at level 1. Alright, that'll be fine. Okay, there's a training station. Okay. Just want to make sure. Oh, God damn it. Alright, so this guy here is going to turn. Now, I'm actually going to have this guy. He's actually going to run on this side. So he's going to go underneath and come up. Because that slip track there is going to go away, so I'm not worried about it. So he'll run on this outside edge here. So actually, if he's going to do that, then what we'll actually do instead is, instead of having the hypertube, because he'll come down here and we go down, because that foundation is, you know, so excuse me. We'll have this foundation here. Come down 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this way, and then right there. Go that way. We'll have the hypertube, instead of going start up high, we can actually just have it drop down right by the conveyor belts. So we can have it pop out right here, which will be interesting. No, we can actually, we don't need to have it go that close. We can, now question is can it make this bend? That's the big question. We'll find out here in a second. Let's see what the noodle can do. Because we obviously we want to avoid, and that's fine that it dips down like that. But we want to avoid that. Alright, then from here, and, you know, I'll go ahead and do the noodle. That's fine, actually. Bring it to this point here. And then we'll run it center lined. And then we'll run it center line on this. So now this here is where it's going to get interesting, because I can't see how it's bending as far as its line. You know, that'll be fine. All right, now this guy here, I'm not too worried about, what do you call it? Actually, so we want to bring it out to, damn it, damn it. So what I'm trying to do here is, and I can't do it with this train track here. Actually, I might be able to. If I put a flat one here, because essentially what I wanted to do is I want to get it on a flat surface. Before I actually start the real ascent. So I'm just trying to fortunately this train track, that I think that'll work. Yeah, so that'll work for now. So that's just temporary. Now fortunately it's I can't, it's, the angle is going to be, it's going to be a little weird. Specifically for the pipe connector. Because, you can't do a gradual connection. Or a gradual, what do you call it, angle. Let's see if, let me see what this looks like. Can you make it all the way to the top? No. So see that's what I don't like. I mean, I can't get the hypertube, the what do you call it, you just can't get a good bend on it. Now I don't know if I do shorter segments up this, how this would look. I mean, unless I do one like every... Yeah, I don't want to do one every... I'm just trying to... I'd like it to run parallel to this, but... Suppose what we could do is we could have it... have a sharper incline to get up to this height. Because this is the height that it's going to be running at. Let me see, maybe we can have it do a sharper incline up to this. Just so that the what do you call it? The connections don't look as, you know, weird, sort of. So if we take from here, and we try to shoot it all the way up here, and what line are we on? I think we're on this line. And how far out can we go before it turns red? All right, so if we come out to, let's say here. Oh, I'm in the way. I'm also trying to make sure I'm on the right line. So I think this line here. So one off the grate, okay. All right, so if we come up to this height at the start, then it'll be flat for the majority of the way in until it gets to the station. And I'm gonna cut it short there, just so it doesn't drop down and come back up. All right. So let me go ahead and get this ran real, finish this up real quick. Then we'll come back to doing the train stuff, because then I can get rid of all the copper sheets. That one there is going to be the fun one, and I actually want to rerun that one completely, because in looking at it, it is all over the place. I don't know how that one is as shaky and crooked as it is. I don't know, who knows? Maybe I was drunk when I was doing that one. Now we're not going to worry about these train tracks here and them clipping the what you call it, the hypertube, because again, once all is said and done, this slip track here is going away, so not worried about that. And you know what I may actually end up doing? Maybe, I don't know. That coal line, because that's bringing coal in, and that's also going to the other refinery, which technically will be dead here, you know, once we transition over to either experimental for update 6 or once update 6 is fully released. Right, so then that there will basically come around and tie into that. Okay. But in thinking about it, we're going to build this new bauxite line. That bauxite line is, going to essentially go up that high. It's going to be a relatively high line that's going to go around. Maybe, just maybe, we cut this over to that bauxite one. But in order to do that, what would have to happen is, and this is potentially doable. It'll be interesting to see or try. But what it would be is, instead of a two-way split here, we would actually have a three-way split over here. That comes out further, and then but that's a serious drop. That's a very close drop. So I don't know, we'll probably just end up rerunning that line. I don't know. We'll get to that one when we get to that one. We're not worried about that one just yet. All right, so let's go ahead and get this hypertube finished up, and then we'll need to. It's going to be interesting on. Well, I don't have a hypertube engine set up on the inside of this. Where the other side of this connects, so it'll just kick me out, and I won't actually go back into the hypertube. So that's good. Now that train line off to the left, that there, it is bringing coal and sulfur to the nuclear power plant, and that's all that's on it. So that, and I only have one train running on it, so I'm not, and it's actually able to support it with no problem. So at this time, that train line is going to stay just as it is. All right, now all right, so now this guy here is hooked up. Let's go for a ride. So now we can get see, it's weird how that one direction you hit the bump, and then the other direction it's I don't know, just I don't understand why. I'm not too worried about it. It's weird. It's like whatever the opposite direction of what you're building, you have those hiccups, it seems. Whoa! That kicked me up a little bit higher than I was expecting, quite honestly. So we're gonna take this guy here. And we're gonna run him. I'm gonna actually run him a little bit higher. That's interesting. Is there something else on? Oh yeah. So I'm gonna get rid of that hypertube because that hypertube doesn't count now. And I'm gonna get rid of that guy there too. All right. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna go back into hypertube mode, which is this guy here. All right. So we're gonna come up and now, I can't do a hypertube cannon, to help launch me because that requires two entrances or multiple entrances. And if I have multiple entrances, then I can't come back via that same route. Actually, let me see here. If we do, just out of curiosity, bless. What's up with the damn lag? All right, perfect. Now, here's where we got to be careful. And actually, what we're going to do here, I think, we'll try. I don't know if this will work or not. Basically, we're going to come out, turn around, all right, so this is gonna be weird looking. All right, so it's gonna come out, and I have no idea how this is gonna work. I'm gonna put a stack here, and I think I need a let me stack it up that high. All right, cool. Just wanted to, so we're gonna bring it over. I think I gotta, because hypertubes are not like, what do you call it? Not like pipes, not like conveyor belts with how they turn. Well, depending on how you have it set up to turn. But that looks like it'll give me a clean turn, right? Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Now, better question is how well is this actually going to work? Well, let's find out, shall we? I did bring stuff for power this time. And so I can upgrade that. And we're gonna put power connector. I guess I probably need to get a hypertube entrance first. Gonna put a power connector right above us. Right there. All right, so let's see how this thing looks or goes. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That gives a little bit of oomph there, which will help get up this hill here. We'll gradually slow down going up this hill. Won't come to a complete stop, but right now let's flip this bitch around. We'll get some speed here. Okay, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I'm Gouda. Not cheddar, not Swiss, but Gouda. Alright. So now we can go ahead and put that wall back. And go ahead and remove this foundation set here. And we'll also go ahead and remove this foundation set here. We'll also remove these supports. Oh, you know, that may have been a mistake removing that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we will be removing all the supports for the hypertubes, for everything that we've built, because no point in having a support if there's nothing underneath it to support it, right? So, but that'll be a later thing. Okay, so we got our hypertube set back up again. All right, so we can continue to run this. And so actually right now, okay, yeah, so that train won't even touch this track here because it has no way of reaching its destination because there's no switch track here and this guy's not hooked up yet. So, all right, so before I go on, I'm gonna grab me something more to drink and we'll continue pressing on here momentarily, so be back shortly. All right, so now that we've got the hypertube done, we can go ahead and continue train building. And so right now we're just gonna focus on this run here, and we'll do the silica run or the bauxite and coal run later. Actually, I can go ahead and just throw out foundation for a while, then we'll come back, grab the train track, and rinse and repeat. Now, what I have to consider on this is if I run dual silica trains, which I'm thinking about doing, how that is going to work with respects to some stuff. Now, our train track is going to change a little bit here. It's going to slightly come out a little bit, because when it gets to this building here, it's going to be running a dual we're going to have another door for it, which we'll see how that works. That'll be interesting. And then after it leaves the train station, so we're gonna basically, we'll go ahead and remove this wall. Oh, we'll replace those foundations here in a minute. But all right, so let me go ahead and get this. So we know here. All right, so now here's this is gonna be the interesting one. But one, we're not gonna need this. So I can get rid of that and that. That won't affect any signals actively, or that are active on the line, so don't need to worry about that. I don't know why my light keeps on turning off. And we're not doing any signals at the doors, so I can actually put this right up to the door. Now, what I want to try let's see here. That should actually, that'll work nicely. Now, I just gotta be careful. I can go ahead and break this connection here. The reason why we're gonna break that connection there is I don't want the trains getting all confused with this other line that's fully connected. So because what we're going to do is we will have one of the trains, actually we'll have both of the trains at their collection station before we go live with this. And actually, I've got 2 silica trains. So one silica train will be at its the bottom station. One silica train will be at the collection station, and then the single cat train will be at its collection station when we get ready to implement the new lines. And then once we are ready to go live with the new silica line, or the new silica train station at the refinery, then we'll yeah, that should be an easy thing, because that's just changing the timetables and then you know, some extra stuff like that. Oh, I thought those were 2 of the big bubbles down in the water. No, those are I don't know what those are. Probably just rocks. All right, so then right about here, we'll have it do its curve over to that. Now, I do kind of want to see here, just out of curiosity, what happens with our door here when a train passes through. So we'll see here, does the cat train, no, that wasn't the cat train. I want to see if both doors open or if only one door opens. I'm hoping only the door that's being approached opens. Cool. That's exactly what I wanted to see. All right. All right, so that's going to be our turn point there. We can go ahead and continue building out this way now. And then when we get back to it, we got another foundation set here, and so I can measure. Now see, this here could be a little tricky because I got a rock in the way. And also, just to make things nice and even, how far over is our break on our curve? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we want to go 7 foundations out before we put it back on a straight line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so let me put a mark here. Okay, so this is where we straighten up. That rock is going to be a problem. So what we may actually end up doing is now we may shift course a little bit, or change course, shift course, same thing. and that is we may have this guy come out to here like he would, but then this guy here will transition to that line, and this guy here will transition to that line, and then we'll go from so if we're going to do that, let me just double check. We're running 8 meters here. No, that's not 8 meters. Alright, let me do this. Well, here's the thing is, when it comes time to implement this, well, you know, obviously the trains are not going to be running. So, let's see where 8 meters is over here. Yeah, because that rock there is going to, you know, I want to, you know, I don't want to clip the rock, and clearly I would clip the rock with that. So... Alright, so this is going to be our new run line here. Yeah, it looks like we may be chopping down a tree. Alright, let's go ahead and get this run, and we got a curve set. Because I believe we did a 45 here. I just gotta find the spot for the 45. And let me go ahead and get another marker here for our 8 meters. Because here's our track bend right there, so... Alright, so... that's actually going to be on center line now. Starting right there. All right. And then up here. We'll come back to this one. And because we've got a nice long straightaway there on our approach, it'll make things easier for the what you call it, or the final bend, if you will. I'm gonna autosave now. All right. Now let me get my bend. So here's where our bend will be. And are you on the seam? You are on the seam. Okay, I can run the seam. And where's your break point at? So as long as we have the same break points, so roughly looks like that's on the grate. And we're running center line. And that just looks weird. All right. Now this train station itself is also going to get a little bit of a retrofit, because we're going to have to push it back in distance. I'm going to go ahead and remove this stuff here, because we were originally going to have a train go collect the quartz. Until I discovered it's actually in a cave. So the quartz, I mean, I could technically do a train into the cave, and that actually would be kind of interesting. And maybe we'll do that. I don't know. That actually would be kind of cool. I mean, hell, I put a train in the water. Why not put a train through a cave? You know what? We just may end up doing that. Alright, so... Alright, so... That'll be the exit for this. And then obviously, ironically, that path actually is perfect where it is. Now, as far as the silica train is concerned, you know, running dual trains is not going to be a problem for this half of the line. Namely because there's not going to be anything, you know, it's only going to be silica running back here. I don't like that curve there. That looks a little... God damn it! Why? Why does this game fucking do that? Come on. Do both of them look like that? No. Which means either this curve here is off, or my positioning is off on this, which one is off, or this one here is off. One of these two is off. I mean, this here is straight. Because that, I mean, it may be subtle, but it's enough to annoy me. It's on the same line, but I can... You gonna drop me again? Actually, let's do it this way. Okay, are you straight? You look straight to me. All right, so, and do I have all the building materials I need? Yeah, I've got all the building materials I need for whatchamacallit. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go ahead and send the trains to their stations and have them hold up there. Because we're not gonna, it's not gonna kill us to not have silica being moved for a little bit. All right, so silica, turn off. That's the silica where I'm at. Cat, go. All right, so I'm gonna let cat go to there, and then once cat gets in there, I'll turn him off. All right, I'm waiting for it to, okay, turn off self-driving, and then silica 2, wait till it says it's docking. All right, turn him off. Okay. Now we go ahead and do all our connections. So one path, one block here. That's fine. We're going to have not a path, but a block here, and I'm going to need a break. There's a block in there already, but I want to put a block signal. Yeah, I gotta be careful about doing what I'm about to do here. So actually, we'll we'll go one direction, fix the tracks, put up block signals, and then we'll come back the other direction to fix things, and put signals on that one as well. Namely because I'm gonna have to do some adjustments and break this track up into different segments. All right, so now here's hoping that the damn thing doesn't draw my power when I do this. It shouldn't. All right, so now for this turn here, I gotta go over on this side real quick and find our break point, which looks to be right on this foundation line here, roughly. That can't, well, yeah, I guess technically it could be too long. Let me give it just enough. One segment there. Bring it back one segment here. I mean, literally the shortest segment I can do. Let me see if that'll tie over. Cool. That should still be, yeah, it's close, but yeah, I didn't take in consideration that how long that curve was. All right, let me back up here so I can see how far. All right, so we'll skip that one. That's not, I don't think that's gonna be a problem skipping that little part there. Now this is gonna be a little bit of the tricky part right here coming up. All right, so now what's going to happen here? And let me I'm gonna find a. So this is where it shifts back. Well, so what we're going to do here is this guy here. Going to tie to that, and we're breaking it right here. Actually, here, let's do this. Let's have it come up to that line there. Come on. All right, so then this guy here can do that. Okay, and then I should be able to break these. Now, inside here, we're gonna put a path signal. We're gonna put a path right at the door. Actually, you know what? That needs to move. Okay, so this guy here actually give me a longer straightaway to I'm looking at path reservation. We'll do it right there. Then you come to the door, and now you tie to that one, so it's the same bend as that. All right. So now go back to our block signals. All right. This will be our path reservations block. And then this will be our path reservation. This guy here now, since I've turned everything off, can tie into that. We're gonna have a path signal there. No, hold on, because this is incoming. Actually, no, I need to break this up. I forgot about that. So actually put that back down so I can mark where I want to put this path signal at. So this, oops. This is the incoming path. And so the path signal is going to be on the side of the orange. So we have a path signal that way because it comes in that way. The outgoing path signal will be right here. I'll stay where it is. And that outgoing path signal will terminate here at the door. Then we're going to do a double block here. Let me see here actually. That actually comes through the door, yeah, so one pass, great. So right there, that'll be so this will be where our blocks will be. So block there, block there. So that'll be our double block for the exit. Incoming to this. So actually, if you're actually outside the door like that, then that means you are also going to be going outside the door. Just a little bit, unfortunately. So you're going to come to right there. All right, and so we're going to have a path signal there. And then this line here gets broken. And we'll put its signal, first signal there, second signal there, and then you go ahead and finish tying onto that. Block number 1 goes there, block number 2 goes there. All right. All right, so let me look here. So this here's one path. Okay, so path going that way, we got double blocks there. Path coming this way, double blocks there. A path breaking up left and right track. Single block there is fine because that's actually a station. And we're only running one cat train, so okay, so that's good there. All right, so now we'll go ahead and continue on with our blocks down the road, or down the row, I should say, down the rail. All right, so now get rid of this slip track here. Really, game, there's no fucking reason for that to happen. None. All right, then up here, and it's not going to matter for the moment. Okay, so that's going to be my block for path reservation. Because you got to remember, we're driving. Okay, so we're going to break this track up here. Just so we have a little bit off of this. So that's going to be our one block for path reservation. Got a path signal there. Path signal there, because that's going in. And then we technically don't need a double block on this. But we will break it and put a single block on this one here. Now, this path here is going to go up to this point here. And I need to break the block there. And we're going to break this line here and do basically same position. Going to put a block incoming there. Now we will have a path leaving and also path leaving that way. And then we're gonna work this little area here real quick. So this is going that way. So we need to break this track up here. So this track will come up to about here. And then we got to break over here as well, which I think I already did my double over here. So block there, and actually I'm gonna put a block second block there. We need a path here. All right, let me go ahead and add another block on this line here to see if we can get that clears up that one, because train's coming down this way here, and it does path reservation this way. I think what we need is maybe a path there, because let me see what the error message is on this. Yeah, it loops into itself, so I think I need to put a path here. All right, so what that does is a train, which will typically be the cat train coming this way, he'll reserve the purple path. The silica train, which will be merging onto this track, he'll get a path reservation there, which will reserve it all the way through to here. Oh yeah, actually that is what I needed because yeah. And then the bauxite train, he'll be going that way, outgoing. Now when the bauxite train comes in, bauxite train's going to be coming on basically back on this line. We'll deal with that when the time comes. All right, so all our signals here are not showing error. All right, so let's go, except for that guy, and that's to be expected until I get down to until I finish the segment or finish the line run. Go ahead and get rid of this for the moment. Excuse me. And then this is where they both, okay, so this is going to be the final block until it goes into the station. Inside the station we've got a block inside, so actually this needs to be a path. And the reason this one here needs to be a path is because it's going to reserve up, oh, because if I got, oh, so if there's a block here, the train will come up to this point here. So I think that path there will reserve up until the block. So I think I actually need to change this because of how we're sharing this. This guy here, I believe, needs to become a path. And then that path goes to the end of the line. And then we have a path out. That path out will tie into a double block here. So we break this segment here. And now we'll go. Let me just make sure, let it auto save. Let me make sure the inside signals are still straight. Because I'm presuming, and I could be wrong here, but I'm presuming that it treats the end of a train line as a block, technically. That it can't go any further than that. Let me just double check to make sure we're not getting flashing signals in here. So we're good. All right, so now we'll build our block signals going back. And let me go ahead and do some, get this out of the way. And let's go ahead and just get this part of the foundation out of the way. And let's go ahead and get this part of the foundation out of the way. Just because. That's awful close. I mean, that's awful close. Thing is though, the path signals are higher than the actual physical train itself. So, well, technically it's shitting clip. We'll find out. All right, so this will be the block signal for this reservation. And then we're not having a block signal in here because that, you know, we want the train to get through this intersection as quickly as possible. I mean, in theory, this should work. The bauxite one's gonna be the weird one. I mean, for right now, this definitely should work. When we split off and create the new silica station, we may need to do some tweaking then. So I'm gonna have that block there be path reservation. There's no need to have it slow down that much. And technically I don't need a double block here either. Well, no, you do, so that a train coming in can get path reservation on this, so yeah. So if I didn't, I'm gonna put a double block on. There's a place where I didn't put a double block where I sort of should have, maybe, because I forgot about that aspect. Now it's too bad you can't just, you know, have a block signal, click on a path signal to change it, and vice versa. Yeah, so I didn't do a double block here, leaving. We'll go ahead and change it to a double block. Now here, actually, you know what? If I get rid of you, it messes that up. So essentially what we need to do here, well, one, we'll break this track right here. All right, we're gonna put a path here and do what we did here. Actually, I don't need a path at the door. I don't think so. You know, could put a path here. Because this path, even though, because it gave the block signal, but I don't know if I didn't have that there, would that there act as a quote unquote block and allow the train to come up to this point here and stop. So we'll do it this way. I'm gonna go ahead and break this. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this one here. I'm gonna break this line here. We'll go ahead and do a double block on the way out here. And put our block signal like so. All right. So all my signals should be in place now. I'm gonna fly to the halfway point, check those out. Because I can use the hypertube and kind of like slow my movements down just to see how things look with respects to the dual line. And so like I said, this last block right there, that's our path reservation block going in. And then that's the cross path. And I got double block here, one there, one there. And then coming this direction, path reservation, that double block there. Don't need a double block here just because there's only going to be one train that's going to try to reserve that path, and that's going to be the single cat train that we got going. All right, I'm going to fly back, and instead of taking the hypertube, so I can remove these support poles. And then we'll go turn the trains on and see how it goes. But in theory, this all should work. Then the fun one's gonna be like I said, setting up the new silica station. That's not gonna be a problem, because we got the line ran for it already. We need to retrofit the existing one first. The bauxite run, that's gonna be the fun one. All right, so now in this area here, so that's our path reservation there, or the path reservation block start. Reserve the path of either cutting across, and this path reservation from coming this way will reserve it all the way into the respective chain. So if there is, and that's also why you want the exit path behind it, because if the exit path, well, no, it really, I don't know if it would matter or not, but then you got the paths coming out from those two respective stations that will reserve up to that block signal there, or beyond, or for the bauxite it'll go differently. Reservation there for crossing the intersection. All right, so those all look good. Now, like I said, this is where I'm going to put my double block. Just to keep consistent with going double blocks after intersections. Or after after path intersections, or pathing intersections, I should say. All right, a couple more of these things to remove, and then because I don't think that affected this operation over here at all. Yeah, maybe a little bit. All right, so then this is our path reservation to get into the train station. Yeah, so I've never done a path inside the train station going into it. That's something different. We'll see how it works. So I'm gonna turn on the other two trains first, then I'll turn this train on so I can go for a ride. All right, so turn this guy on, turn cat on, and then we get in the caboose, or not the caboose, we get in the engine. So right now, this intersection is not going to be used, so no big deal on that. I mean, it'll still do its initial pre-brake, just because. And now I'm gonna bail off that because I wanna go on this train here to see what happens at the train station down below. Because the cat train is still docking right now, so we should come to a complete stop here. And then in theory, once the cat train leaves, our path should go green. So, and that's fine. Because right now we're using, like I said, a shared station. So as soon as he clears the second block there, we get the green light. Actually, it turned green as soon as he cleared the first one, but I always do the double blocks anyhow. All right. So this one here should be fine now. So we'll go with another train. We'll go for another train ride, just to see how it. Just go on the full train ride. Because, like I said, what we're going to be doing with Silica is Silica will be moving upstairs to the what you call it, a new station. And I'm kind of curious to see what happens here at the cat station. So that is the Silica train, and cat train followed right behind it. Oh, hold on. Stop. Back that ass up. I just saw a signal type that shouldn't have been there. This guy right here. All right, this guy here shouldn't be here. That should be a block, if anything. Yeah, because path signals are only in one, on intersections and merges. Which technically a merge, I guess, is an intersection. But it's tough to tell from the back side, seeing all the red lights when I was flying down the hypertube. So this will. Okay, while this guy here is doing his thing, I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna put this block signal out, put it back here, because if there's no train in here, you know, he can go full speed into here, if you will. So he doesn't need to really be slowing down to get into the station. Oh, I can't honk the horn because we haven't changed directions yet. Now I can. So I'm looking for our green lights all the way down. Now I know there's a path signal inside, so we'll start to brake here just because we're gonna need to pass that light there to get a reservation, which we got. Cat train is not in the house, so we should have green lights the rest of the way down, indicating that these are all block signals until we get to the next intersection, which we see the red lights. And so he does you know, I'm not going to have the block signal super far out for the intersection reservation. However, I might do that here. Yeah, I think I will. I'm going to get rid of this block signal here, and we'll go ahead and get rid of this block signal here. And I'm going to put a block signal here instead. So this way, because he's got a lot of momentum coming down the hill, so by doing that, it may give them it'll cause them to brake, or, you know, let them carry their momentum into the train station. So we'll see here, the cat train should be the next train coming down the hill. In fact, here it comes now. Now, if this train leaves quick enough, so he's gonna. But now, because he got his path reservation, he's able to go all the way in, and then he'll do his stop, because coming down this hill regardless, they're anticipating a stop here. And that's the whole point of the path. That's one of the big points of the path signal, is the train does a look ahead to see where path signal is in anticipation of stopping at that signal if it can't get to the reservation. Whereas the block, yeah, it doesn't quite work that way. If a train's approaching a block and the block goes red, train, if it can't stop, well, I mean, it'll slam its brakes on, but it's not going to be able to stop, and most likely, and it'll slide through it. So yeah, let me go with the cat train for a little bit. And so it doesn't clip there, so I'm happy with that. Again, he'll do his initial brake here just because of this intersection, which, you know, a small little brake like that, I'm not all that concerned with. And I got rid of the left-hand turn for this guy because he's not going to go up to the other train station. There's no need for it. All right, so we got path reservation, so if there's another silica train coming in, he's stuck for a second. And now he can go. Because the other silica train didn't pass me, so he's he should appear down. He should, in fact, I see him. He just popped through the magic door. All right, so now what should happen, since there's no trains in front of me, you know, we'll do a quick little brake tap here, brake check. Then when we go down this hill here, he should maintain his speed going into the station to a certain extent. He's got path reservation, so he's going to maintain his speed up to a certain extent. Then obviously he has to brake in here, but that's also why I kind of gave him like a little launch tunnel, so they can maintain their speed past a certain point. All right, I'm happy with this. Now the next fun run, and that's going to be the bauxite. So, like I said, this will, whether, you know, which one is which, you know, we'll come up with that later. One's going to be bauxite, one's going to be silica. The silica one, that'll be easy because, yeah, pretty much what it's going to do is it's going to come out onto its track. And when we're actually, you know, now that reminds me, I need to put a block right here. So this is going to be our path reservation block. So if there's, you know, basically, yeah, this is going to be the path reservation block. So it's going to get up to speed, but then it's going to slow down. I may move that back, but for now, that's because you don't want to. I don't want the block all the way at the station because that's just too long of a block to reserve in. So they'll come out. Silica will reserve his path, which will be, excuse me, straight, skipping the first switch here, and then jumping onto the track over here. Then he'll go down to silica, do its thing, and then coming back, he'll reserve his path, which will cross over, and then it'll be reserved all the way to this here. Now, here's the kicker on this one. There's only room for one train currently. So what I may actually end up doing, just in case things get off, is I may do a slip track on both lanes, because I may run two trains for bauxite, but we may do a slip track to the outside just in case somehow the timetables get messed up or delays and both silica trains happen to come down this way. Because if I don't, what's going to happen is the second silica train, let's say, will be stuck out there on the main track line, which will potentially block the cat train from coming back. Now, another option, I don't know if this would work or not, is I can have it break off and have no, actually no, because we were going to want a slip track system. The reason being, bauxite will be doing a ring up there and coming back down, but if I have 2 bauxite trains running, I'm going to need the second bauxite train, if the first one's in the main station, to get through this intersection and get into a slip track. Otherwise the first bauxite train won't be able to move. So yeah, we're going to do a set of slip tracks, so I guess we could set that up right now. Nothing special. Before I do that, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, so I'll be back in a few moments. All right, so we'll go ahead and get a pair of slip tracks set up. And there'll be long slip tracks. And we'll have them start at the same spot. Wait, oh, hold on. But gotta make sure you take the ramp into consideration. The ramp right there. Two down, then we can go on the straightaway again. Two down here. All right. No, three down. Okay, three down, my mistake. Okay. One more down for you. Oh, excuse me. All right. All right, and that's 4 out, and so 4 out will be here. All right. Excuse me. And actually, this guy here has got to be more in. All right, so let me get we can still have the slip track happen over here. That's not a problem. So we'll have both slip tracks and we'll break one line up at a time. Crash down to earth because the game is stupid at times. All right. So then let me get my 8 meter measurement. So on the grate there are brakes there. Come back 4. And so our brake is there. Something, it just looks odd. But where's our 8 meter on this here? That's our 8 meter there. Take you to the ramp. Okay. Now, just run it out, and then we have to do an alignment for the curve. And actually, where's our... Okay, so there's our break points there. So actually, shoot that rebar into that train, or into that rail line. And go ahead and give me a second line here, just so I'm not constantly trying to hit the bot or hit the thing down below. All right, so we're going to this line right there. And then this one is actually shorter. No, same line right there. Now it actually is going to be shorter because of our turn. So our slip track's going to end here. So all right, so go ahead and give me 8-meter measurement from here. All right, back 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4 from that edge there. So from 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, is that right? One, two, yeah, so 4 back. So 1, 2, 3, 4 right here, which is going to be interesting for the curve. Well, what we do first is we get this set up just long enough to get our slip track. And then we break that, and let's see how this. Let's see if we can do a shorter segment. So this is the fun part, trying to find if there's a sweet spot we can find that gives us just a little bit more room. I think for, well, you know what we can do? Bring this guy to here, and how about have him it's too sharp? Okay. So that side's gonna go like that, just because, well, don't really have really an option on that because it's on the inside. I'll go and give me my eight-foot mark there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Puts us back to this. Yeah. Did I not break this? Oh, I didn't break this one up yet. Okay, so that's actually, you are turning on that. Yep. And then you're turning there. So in theory, if I bring you to the same point, it should give me the same type of turn. All right. So now this slip track here is for entering the train station in case there's a double. So we do a path out, and then I need to break this up again, and then block there. And then over here, block in. Gonna break this station or this line right here. All right, give me a foundation to fill this in. All right, so that path will then take it to this here. And then, because we're going to do a path block path on this just because, again, I don't want a train coming up here reserving all the way onto the main line. You know, it can be a little bit delayed, if you will. All right, so then we're gonna have our path there, break this line here. Block in, and then on the opposite side. Now this one here is gonna be a little bit more, just slightly more tricky. I need to manually break this line here. Okay, that actually wasn't that bad. And the block there. All right, and then obviously we'll have a I'll put a path, a double path inside, just like whatchamacallit. All right, so that'll give us our bauxite and silica train slip tracks, because I'm only planning on running 2 trains at most for each, and so I got enough room, well, because you gotta figure the train is going to be 8 cars long for silica, so I don't think I've got anything to actually make a train, do I? No. But you figure it's gonna be eight cars long, so just guesstimating here. That's, say, one the engine, then 1 freight comes to there midway, let's say. Freight number 2 comes to there midway. Freight 3, freight 4, freight 5, freight 6, engine. So that's an overestimation. So we may actually have bauxite do this one because that's shorter. Because if I need to, I think I've got enough room here to technically run 2 silicas. So if you figure I need, okay, so if I'm running 6, I'll be running 6 freights plus 2 engines. That's 8 cars. So I need 16 foundations. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So this line right here. So yeah, I can't get two silicas in here at the same time. So no, I'm hoping that will be long enough on that side. So what I can do is when the time comes, I can create the train and, you know, test it out to see you know, if it'll work. The challenging one no, I don't think it'll be an issue. The outgoing, because you're not going to have both trains trying to get out at the same time. You may have one waiting to get in. So the fact that this here, that interior path is shorter, shouldn't be a big deal. All right, so I think we're good on that. So I'm going to do here, I think we're going to do a little cleanup for the rest of this, just to get rid of these foundations. Because we're going to need the foundations, you know, we're going to want to have the foundation material. Why do I have a... Oh, that's metal, okay. I was like scratching my head, like, why do I have a steel beam? All right, so we're gonna do a foundation cleanup. Because I'm not gonna start the a bauxite. I'm not gonna start the bauxite train run tonight. Alright, so we'll pull back to the door. And just out of curiosity, how much space do I have? I should have enough to take back a good chunk of the foundation without going over. Now, what we may also do tomorrow, or on the next stream, I should say, is we might go ahead and get, we might get the silica station set up over here. Just, you know, because this side here is easy to get set up. The other station is going to be a little bit more difficult because I have to, push it back some. But this side here, we can get going. Yeah, I should have juice off this train track. Okay, I just want to make sure. Because the power flickering like that was making me curious. Now the pain in the ass ones to clean up are when you're running your train center line on a foundation. Just because it's so close to the edge. And that's actually where going underneath actually is better if you have the room to do it. Actually, joining underneath from the underneath is better in many respects, even if you're in the slot center line. All right, so we're not going to go too far down on that because we still need to build up for our bauxite. But we're gonna go do a lot of cleanup here, I think. And here's hoping we don't need to, what do you call it? Do anything else with with this. You shouldn't have to though. I think it's safe. I think it will be. It's safe to dismantle this for now. Worst comes to worst, I rerun foundation from a building so that it's at the same or proper height. Now the challenge on this is just having my fingers work properly on to try to do multiple things at the same time. All right, so that foundation, oh, I missed the foundation over there. Now that autosave first. Okay. Oh, that's why I missed that foundation, because that was part of the hypertube run. And we go get this painted beam here. And then I think we're gonna go clean the foundation between the oil refinery and the main base. Yeah, I didn't realize how close that was. That little spire splinter thing there. There's our C train line, part of it. All right, let's go ahead and remove this foundation here now. And we'll go ahead and get these supports out of the way as well. Now, what I may do one day in the far future is I may put random pillars underneath some of these rail lines just so they're, you know, I don't know, probably not. I'm putting pillars under buildings. I still need to put pillars under this building here. But I'm putting pillars under buildings and that, but I don't think I'm going to do that underneath train tracks. Gotta be careful of my power here. All right, now just look underneath here and get rid of all these connections here. Oops. Thank goodness. Oh no. This is a lot of... yeah. Careful on this section here. Still gotta figure out, I don't know, something. I gotta do something here. Something to make it look, I don't know, semi-natural for that building. Now I'm gonna do two, come back, do the other two, or maybe I'll just go down this way, and then I'll come back the other direction. And a lot of damn foundation I put down for this shit. But I'll say this, the hell of a lot easier dismantling this than it was dismantling that road I set up. Because at least here I got the power to hover. All right, let me see how much room I have. All right. I think I'll do some more dismantling later, but I think that's a good amount dismantled. Because I don't want to go through and try to dismantle this stuff and then run out of space, so we'll do the remainder later, after we get the bauxite stuff run. I mean, I don't know which is more goofy, having the foundations here with the train run on it, or just having the train run in the middle of the air. I think they're both equally goofy looking. And then you got this just random hypertube floating off to the side. All right, and with that, that is where we will call it for now, and we will pick this up on a later stream. Until next time.